Hello? Hello, everybody. Guess what I forgot? I always forget about Mix It Up. And, what is it? No, I just installed Mix It Up and it's already asked me for an update. How does that make any sense? Like that. Hello, Ayunteria, welcome. Hi. I think that power's on. Today I have more than one game prepared. I had a bunch with PlayStation Plus, and I'll be keeping them up because they're pretty interesting. This one I don't know how long it will be, but it should be pretty fun. So let's get ready to understand the story of Sandy. I like how it is me I take Infinity. I must be a limit, like I can't be Infinity. Trying to make it bigger, I must love you bigger. I interact, move and look. Now subtitles, yes. Let's begin. And it's never, and it's never. I forgot it. I fucked up. I thought that it. Well, I'm not supposed to press X. That's keep touching a cutscene. And that's the most important one, which is the beginning of the game. Hopefully they don't save that. Anyway, valentine is line 52. I had seizure going down. Damn it. Let me 53 by the time this counter goes up. No, it says 52. No, it's 53. Don't wait a minute, I can't have that. Wait to be precise. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. You're welcome. I didn't expect this. Other people don't take that. Perhaps if you just leave it at clock at like 12 a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience, you're paying attention. You're paying attention, not playing. I don't even have any way of knowing if times you're setting are correct. There is this thing called the internet. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. This is so forever. Next time you boot out the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. I'm happy whatever time you want, even if it is not the correct time. You've earned it. Thank you. Alright, I need to get back to video game now. That's a nice message from the developers. Unexpected, to say the least.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
427.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. Stanley was happy.
Yay, Stanley's happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
I'm so ready for this.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
All right. I'll be ask you. I interact with things. I steal something. I want to press X to use like a keyboard sound. When I press it, it sounds like something else. I can try that. Okay, so I interact with X all the time. Come in!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of it. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
Yes, I did.
But it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Hey, shut up. I'm looking for my copy. Meeting room? Maybe... There's a memo we haven't done? Hello? Anybody home? They must have left me in a hurry because this place is a mess. The door's not open. I hate... the Mondays? Why would you hate Mondays? They're only the first day of the week. And the end of the weekend. I know I answered my own question, but like... Is this quarter?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where is my left? Yeah, I gotta do the hand thingy to my left. And then I went to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I mean, do they have coffee? Let me see.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Yeah,
Stanley
it's very
simply
nice.
stood here, drinking it all in.
You want to see here? You know, this... Isn't the full side? The...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I wanted to say something similar, but like...
At this point,
And there
Stanley
is a-
thought at last he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Gravity coming for my rights? I don't know what you mean. I know it. Are we supposed to take this, dog? I'll take this, dog. I wanted to oil on things. What can I say? I'm a restaurant.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I mean... I won job, but I can't even do that. Came from... As penalties for misuse as cargo list? Ready for jumping off the cargo list. Well... They're kind of enticing me to do it. Misuse of cargo list.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Alright,
I'm not your
I'm not
enemy,
doing it.
really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
That was the first one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Stanley
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I got a memo. I'm finally happy because I got some games.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, that is pretty advanced. You know,
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
What are you talking about? I'm not doing him again. I have to hear the story of Stanley. Stanley and the 7 Dwarfs. I'll drink my coffee. Thank you very much. I know there's still not liking her. I should be working. I did 10 here. I think that's the issue. Oh, there's like the monitor and output. I don't know. They should be working. I can't do anything now because I'm live, but I'll figure it out later. Stanley? This can me, a game audio than applying your voice a bit? I mean, the audio damages research, it's not a big bad. But thank you for telling me. I mean, we have to add some more to get some more content. So,
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I'll unplug it. I go back. No, wait there, this is my thing. Topic 5. I think I'm the phone. What? Hello, what do you want? 27? Where the hell am I?
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Yeah, figured.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something.
What?
Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Show me the control panel behind the scenes.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Death of Stanley? I'm wanting a party therapist.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Good narrator.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press X. No, I'm not pressing X. I'm pressing all buttons. I'm done listening to you. Get me out. Nothing else like that.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
What included like... Press X to it. Why the hell is that TV?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
I was trying to spend time with them boys. Why? We're going to them.
So
building
he went
door
further.
and,
He imagined that he came to two
doors
open
and,
doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
What is this game about? Good question. And like... I like this guy named Stanley, and he lived in his job. That's why I was like... You haven't played 4 to 7? And he pushed buttons on the keyboard in the order that he will... Or them. I'm not really sure. You're pointing in my way there somewhat. It's weird.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
The Stanley Parable. Let's press circle to tell you a kid's story?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
I think to tell you why you love her?
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Am I the real?
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Alright, I'm pressing the button.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
You're a mirror, how about that? Press X to question nothing. We're questioning nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please die.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Again, you sorry to die and killed me? What's this? Like... Huh? Oh, I don't put anything in a Stanley
All of his
story.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's something clear though. We don't know what the way the narrative tells us.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm obedient. Where does Stanley go? Seems fun, it.
Yet there was not a
fired.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Profits, profits, profits. What is called target demographic? What? Use this slide to assure employee that everything is okay. My shiny slide has a sleek graphic in a header and draw some everyone is unique. You're most of all. Yeah, you person board of directors. You guys deserve the most about this. What's this? Broom closet? How about the broom closet?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
There's a
So
broom!
he turned around and got back on track.
There must be something. I can hear buzzing. Miss something.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom
But
closet.
I'm married there.
No reason to still be here.
I need to find. There must be one thing. One thing that they would have just.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally
blaming
just
me.
standing there doing sweet FA.
But this ain't pay me like. Listen,
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
well, if you see, I'm very interested in what he's doing. I can see the orange
You
model.
do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story
does now.
whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I met you one day. You're just a bunk closet. What do you want to tell me? Must try every possibility the only
Maybe
way.
to you,
Is what
this
I'm
is
saying.
somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
It's such a big as the broom closet ending.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That's escalated quickly.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen.
Excuse me, what?
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Are you saying I'm dead?
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming. so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I get all the funniest things I've ever had, but in a while. What the? Why is that so funny? And I'm counting undies and biscuit. I don't think there's anything else here. The download is done. Not very funny.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board.
Second player.
I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
I mean, thanks, like yours. I mean, I'm the same person, but like...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Upstairs, you say? It'd be a shame if I went down the stairs. Why the red? Oh, that just fires something. That. Oh, I cannot read that.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I am crazy.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
I would say the simulation, but like...
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
And what I'm floating, help!
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
He has too much power. He's powerful than Thanos.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
Never heard her.
And everything went black.
What did happen? What is happening?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Oh, wait, Mariella?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy
I
people
know what
look
is
like.
happening, so
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be
being
normal.
led by the
I
narrator
am
at this
sane.
point.
I am in
I have
control of
no
my
idea what
mind.
is happening.
I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better.
Am I real?
But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body.
That is like more
And
than
then
a
she
moment.
turned and ran.
Hello, take a bit of my bedroom, please. I tell you. I was thinking to hear the story of Stanley, didn't you? Right, the very interesting
All of
story
his
of
co-workers
Stanley.
were gone. What could it
I
mean?
never happened.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What just happened? So I was like, I was dreaming, but I wasn't dreaming. But the narrator was like, what just happened? What? Honey, I'm done. I just got here. That's what I would say. I'm gone for like quite a while. Illusion, dream, intimidation, I don't know.
When Stanley came to a set of two
But I
open
must try all the
doors,
options.
he entered the door on his left.
This game had me hooked. Okay, this is a very interesting game, bro.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
reason that
hoping he
broadcast
might
again-
find an answer there.
And that broadcast
Oh, no. Oh, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Perhaps find something for those bodies. That's so funny. We are not doing this again. We're not gonna be sudden yet. We're waiting for you to get out of them. Time closing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Huh? Okay, my boss's place is very nice. Executive bathroom? Don't mind if I do, like. It'll be rich, is it a crime to commit crimes? Is it rich? What a life it would be to have to pay just one. I'm being pretty normal, right? Right. And anything in here? I didn't see my restriction. I can see my feet. We will establish that. My boss isn't here. Hello? What about me there? You know what? Wait a second, dog. Why did the executive office so big? Like... I don't want to know.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
2845,
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I keep getting it wrong. Oh, the wait. I already forgot it.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Right. Try the narrator and see.
2845.
One. Right. Oh, crew, I put him down the P. No, we can jump the narrator insane.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself, and Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
I know, but I was like, I'm serious, but I'm doing it for you. So funny, okay, I love this game. It's the best game I see. It's gotten on PlayStation Plus in a while. I mean, I have a good one afterwards. This... I was gonna make me fall. And then realized it wasn't just an elevator. Like this.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
All right. There is one possible thing that,
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
So... why don't we just, escape? I mean... it's written escape in very nice letters here. So we're just gonna, that's very fancy.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Will I? Then that's up to me.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I will confront it. This looks sus. This is very sus. Let's take. Is he just killing me?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss,
I know
like
this.
plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Alex! Freedom! Is that incredible?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Because I have a point of friends, I think I'm just gonna go this way until I can't go anymore. Limited is limited. Hello? Where am I? There's a big dog! Lady? There, the lady?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
No. And there was an empty void, an empty nothingness. So, are we dead? It's like the 5 seconds before we actually die? An exhibit? Of this layout, a blueprint to show off these from the beginning of the game. That time. The path was from Stanley's office to the dark side, the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added out until the development to the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. I mean, yeah, it kinda looks like that. Never to does. That's Limbo. Is Stanley computer? Right, but pretty nice. Nature paintings? It is like, you know, where the developers shuffle their asses and stuff? I discovered something secret. Oh. I don't know if I should be doing that. Hello? The thing here? The office. Buttons. An limbo in buttons. What's a limbo? The button sounds? Interesting. Even writing as narrator. I'm not supposed to be here. I don't know. Which road? I think it's supposed to be like once you finish the game or something, then you'd like knew everything. But like, I haven't discovered the third place. The first place for that matter. What the hell am I going? The lounge? Other round?
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Stanley stood on the roof.
Things. I just like anything.
Stanley pushed the number 6. Oh, for crying... Is this that other building?
Sabrina was supposed to be some things here. It should be like what? Right after we finish the game. I don't think we're supposed to be here. I think I messed up. Oh, button. Hello? Hi, the room elevator? Why does this give me aperture science vibes? I'm so lost. Yes, we are made to deserters away the cars. Alright, very nice. You can keep them. The game is now paused. Begin the game again. Resume the game optimate. Escape menu. Alright, very cool, but like... Why you exit? And then the phone. Even if I find the phone. I'm still confused. Where's the exit? I have to exit manually. There's, I think, one more thing down there that we need to check. And then we can, I guess, restart if that doesn't fix it. That's all. Alien based. This is alien based awesome. Alright, it is so legacy type stuff. Alrighty. Where's the name? Alright. Begin the game again. We messed up a little bit.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Why would I want to see weather? I'm a victim, I don't have
When
your eyes.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'll speak on English.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The room toilet is completely... Yeah, I don't want to be back in there, like... You are not like that, mister.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright. I like to design this type. Nice, nice. We're going up. Why would you... How would you do that? That's a nice place. A nice pineapple. I go up. I think this is magic. Play the music. Why? I never think I keep smashing the button. There we go, we had it right. This is the exact same damn place. They lied to me. That's it, I'm going down. Let me down. Wait. It vibrates my controller and like... I guess we got scammed again. God damn it. This writer guy has some nail.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking
so how
behind
we control it?
paintings, desperate for clues to his
I
situation.
know it's for A
But his
to
attention
find-
was caught by a keypad behind the
Right.
boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact,
I-
this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra
That one
secret
is
pin number,
perfect.
2845.
I do
But of
A
course, Stanley couldn't possibly have
or
known
5.
this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
And this is not creepy at all. They're dying down! I think someone gonna try not to escape. This time we're gonna be good, Stanley. Until we find our first way out
Stanley
of here.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, dang, this is definitely gonna be something good. Hello? What's that? There's nothing there.
The lights rose
Huh?
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place
Is this
hold?
like
Stanley
Cerebro?
thought to himself. Did he have the
Alex Man?
strength to find out?
And the strength to fight. I'm so terrified. Don't you even give me that. The security cameras? Regular buttons.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I thought, what was my employee number? It was 47 something. I remember. 57. 575? That isn't fire cabin. That was late. I wish I had a zoom. Hey, go up.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Are we now being brainwashed? That's the place I think now we are being brainwashed.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't
private,
accept
man.
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
I do not know things I've
unthinkable.
ever seen.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls
can I be in
once
control?
and for all.
Hey, orderly, wait. I control status offline. And then let me ban this bot. The bot with their champion beat. Yeah. Let's get out of here. What's this? Console disable. And there's that. Everything? I doesn't learn anything. How do I? So many buttons. Well, then might do something interesting. Very nice sounds. Okay, now the big red button. I want to see what's up there first. Can we control everything? And everyone? Like, can be unexpected? Why can't I get up? Oh, wait, there's a button here. 1, 2. It's 2, 1. Huh? I don't recognize. There's number buttons. I spent all across. Yeah, we are apparently being mind-controlled. Right, that's what the narrator is saying now. This is like where we live. Actually, where the boss used to live. So now we are, I'm trying to stop it. I think I have to find number 4. I found a number I haven't pushed him, which is 4, and that's 5. I don't know how many buttons there were. I think that opens that. And I don't know what that, but looks interesting. I control item awaiting input. Item not turn over there. They probably wait the botches to look at everything. The jump probably done. Where the bloody hell's number 4? Down here. 2, 8, 4, 5. I don't think there's 8 buttons. We had a different section now. No? Okay, so let me follow this cable. This must do some. There's way too much in this place. I didn't write a thing. Okay, I still haven't found one of them. I'm blind. Why is there not a first button? And that's the fourth button, wait. Then I wait to push on the deactivated. There's a code and an item we give us. I don't know, it's the polyton. Thanks. I don't know what this does. My control idle waiting input.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I'm turning it back on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they
did.
kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
I'm in control!
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do.
Can I get rid of
You
you?
were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
Oh, wait,
I'm
what?
afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
What?
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going. What all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Okay, I'm
Other
gonna try.
times,
One more
I
chance.
let
I'm
the
gonna
office
put
sink
the
into the
mine on and just
ground,
yellow.
swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Okay,
My
30
goodness,
seconds.
only 34 seconds left. But I'm
I want the
enjoying
button.
this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to
Give
put
me
some
like
extra
1 second.
time on the clock. Why not?
I'm trying to stop the
These are
detonation.
precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
I'm
These
managing,
number
all right?
buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Does
Why
any
would you
key to
think that,
send power
Stanley?
suit?
That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have
I don't
any
know, my
idea
baby.
what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you
trying to
made
stick to
humble.
focus.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's
Why are we
fine.
doing it?
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
The last
Take a
recommendation
look
of
at the
these
clock,
buttons.
Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big
Oh my
move
God.
and then nothing. No ending here.
Why do I have a
Just you being
sequence?
blown to pieces. Will you cling
5 to
desperately
7,
to your
okay,
frail
goodbye,
life?
employee
Or
4
will
to
you let it
7.
go peacefully? Another choice. Make it
Ah.
count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All
Why do I
part of
press
the
on
joke.
button?
And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable
Come
life
on.
from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Damn it! Please, yay! In my didn't. What coming to make way? I don't know if I welcome Jane on that, but hello, welcome, welcome. How you
How
doing?
wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
I knew you who made me alone. You
When
admitted
Stanley
you
came to a set of
broke out
2
the
open
trends.
doors, he entered the door on his left.
What can I do? There must be a combination of those buttons that
Yet
allows
there
me
was
to
not
break
a
free.
single person here either.
There must
Feeling
be.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There must have achievement code 8888.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his
Really, what I have
tracks.
to do?
Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
I didn't know
That
that.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
What? This hasn't happened before. There's New Age music. Interesting. Hey, read the mirror.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley
Yes.
calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
So all the buttons in that wrong. I think you should turn me off to keep trying to waste my time. I was reacting to mine, so the narrator had to stop you. I did. Well, I didn't think about it. I just want to get it back into that really way.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Line 14 immediately. Okay, that's a problem. Talk about if they don't have to HR remoted.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
But no, wait, my number is 427. I want to see what the light number 427 says.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true
another one
nature
that's
revealed.
private.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers.
Okay, the first
lives
section
of
is
so
over
many
here.
individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Wait,
And
Special
Stanley,
Mac, please?
one of them, eternally
then
monitored in
here,
this
anything
place
again, I
where
know, like
freedom
5.
meant nothing.
What number 427? That's my number. Yeah, I can see my after there. I have like a few, like, thank you for it. I did not know what to expect. This is my first time playing the game.
This
I have
mind
no idea what's
control
going on.
facility, it was too horrible to
I
believe
did
it
know
couldn't
about
be
it
true.
because,
Had Stanley really been under someone's control
there were
all this
jokes
time?
back in the day about
Was this
it.
the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it.
Shut
He
up.
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
I'm
It was
already in your control.
unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even
Do you
possible?
know about this game,
Had he truly spent his
Marolika?
entire life utterly
Because I have
blind
no
to
idea
the
about
world?
anything. And
But here was the proof. The heart
Did
of
you
the
know the broom
operation.
closet ending already?
Controls
Yes.
labeled with emotions. Happy
Yes, I
or
think the
sad
broom closet
or
until
content.
we
Walking,
shut up.
eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
It was the most
And as
amazing
the
stuff I
cold
ever
reality
seen.
of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
just wanted to, like,
would
turn it on.
dismantle the controls once
And then I won.
for
Because I wasn't
all.
knowing that was happening, but I just was trying to, like, do something about it.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear
Here's your
detonators are
one.
set to explode, eliminating the
That's the
entire
one.
complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
And that makes
I'll
sense,
tell you
actually.
exactly
Wait.
what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story.
What?
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
Well, what do you mean?
I have to say this, though. This version of events has
Okay,
been
okay,
rather
okay.
amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Wait, I have to press...
My goodness,
wait.
only 34 seconds left.
I have
But
to
I'm
press
enjoying
number
this so
3.
much.
There is green
You
button.
know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
Look at me.
These are precious additional
I
seconds.
can blue button.
Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Left and
I
other
mean,
button
look at
light.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button.
This charge
Or
was
this
something.
door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
What do you mean play?
But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000?
know the big
I
times
look
to
forward
shut
to
you up.
finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending.
I don't know
Just you
what's
being
happening.
blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or death. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we
That's
fade in
it.
until the moment I say happily ever after.
Yep, I'm dead. Oh, Maximus, yes. Hello, good evening. I'm trying to beat a stand again. I'm trying to get them to shut up, Brad Barney.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Am I going to tell me that there's no button in there
When
on the
Stanley
light?
came to a set of 2 open doors,
I had to
he
try
entered
this
the
one
door
by
on his
five.
left.
There was so many things going on in that room that something must have been
Yet
like
there was
either a
not a
different
single
ending
person
or
here
something because I
either.
haven't gone to that
Feeling
door.
a wave
It's,
of
you know, that
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hey, funny closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's the best game ever made. Now you
Okay,
wanna
I
make
think
us
we
slow
all know
down
the
by
drill
playing
by
some
now.
music.
Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new
If you press the
passageway.
number
Quelle
button, it
surprise.
shows. I'm worried that I was panicking too much. I guess that funny for me. That's nice, narrator. Thank you. I haven't tried that. That's the one thing I haven't tried. I wonder why, when I code it to whatever I was supposed to push. Or there's a number of times I'm supposed to push that one button.
Stanley walked
Yeah, okay,
straight
that
ahead
would
through the
make
large
sense.
door that read Mind Control Facility.
I want to do without spoiling. Just know if it's worth trying to get or not.
The lights
really
rose on an
understand.
enormous room packed with television screens.
I think
What
that the
horrible
other
secret
girl,
did this
the
place
correct
hold?
way
Stanley
gonna
thought
turn
to
the machine
himself.
off?
Did he have the strength to find out?
What's messaging me? And what's colors? Colors? Now we're winding the button the button.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Listen, I can hear it. Wait.
This mind control facility,
I'm
it was
not
too
sure to my
horrible to
PlayStation.
believe it couldn't be true. Had
But do I?
Stanley really been under someone's control all this
wait,
time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it
Do
blindly?
you mind having something having to do with Discord?
No. He
But
refused
if
to
I ever
believe
needed my
it.
phone and
He
stuff.
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Yes, shut up.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
You said that before.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Alright, so...
And as the cold reality of his past
Alright,
began
try
to sink
one
in,
more time.
Stanley decided that this
want
machinery
to
would
fix it
never
on the
again
monitor
exert its
to
terrible
try
power
to push the
over another
button.
human life. For he
That's all I
would
can now
dismantle the
press off.
controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the
but you know
controls,
nothing
did
yet,
you?
wait, what?
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the
I think I
machine
should
for
do it again
yourself.
or
Is that
not.
what you wanted? Control?
Now...
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you
you're
need to
funny.
understand, there's only so much that machine
Can I...
can
And this?
do. You
Okay,
were
I'll try
supposed
just
to
the
let
ones
it
to try
go.
to push the
Turn the
corresponding
controls
buttons.
off and leave.
That all
If
I
you
can
want to throw
understand
my story
immediately.
off track,
Not
you're
waiting
going
for
to
the
have
timer
to
to
do
go.
much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's
Yeah, I know I'm
emergency
gonna do that.
detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to
winning.
explode, eliminating the entire
Winning,
complex. How long until detonation then?
You're dying.
Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star.
Alright, so
It's
I
your
need-
story now. Shape it to your
One.
heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to
Alright.
enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
And up on the song isn't
What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Alright, I'm starting to get it. I figure I'm fine to this in chat. I don't know if there's an actual thing you
Stanley
can do there.
decided to go to the meeting
I
room
can't
to
see
check
my
on his
dot on this
co-workers.
topic.
He never functioned well by himself and
I'm sorry,
constantly
I'm
needed
gonna-
support
I'm
and
gonna listen to
guidance
the
from
narrator
others.
this time.
So the
I'm
thought
gonna-
of total solitude was terrifying to him.
I'm thinking of being my
When
here.
Stanley came to a
Yes,
set
it's
of
for
two
your
open
Valentine's. Gonna
doors,
be
he
Valentine's
entered the
today.
door on his left.
I don't mean to celebrate it, so... Valentine.
Yet there
Valentine's
was not a
mother.
single person here either.
Wait,
Feeling a
wait.
wave of
I know, like, if
disbelief,
I didn't
Stanley
something
decided to
to
go
get, no,
up
I
to his
can't move
boss's
up and
office.
down the way I
Hoping he
used
might
to
come
do.
into a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
Now
to his
up and
boss's
down, you just know
office.
it's in and out. Happy Valentine's. Happy I got Valentine's.
Here's the door, just go.
If you said I choose girls, it's just gotten sassy about it, eh? I don't know why the other goes so much. Like, it takes the lady track, so now whenever I go up and down, man, it is my changing it. But then before this, I would just like move up and down my entire model with my head. That on used to be done. I I don't know why it doesn't work anymore.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door
And
that
I'm
read
literally
Mind
not
Control
here.
Facility.
They just I hate when like new updates come out and the subject is more broken than it used
The
to be.
lights rose on an
Everybody was
enormous
watching
room
the live
packed
thing
with
the way it
television
was.
screens.
I
What
understand
horrible
that they
secret
wanted
did
to
this
make some
place
more
hold?
updates to
Stanley thought to
NVIDIA
himself. Did
broadcast
he
for
have the
message
strength
tracking or
to find
whatever?
out?
I think my opinion just made worse. If I always die, my
Now
settings
the
need to
monitors
wait
jumped to
very,
life,
very
their
well.
true nature revealed. Each bore the
So,
number
yeah.
of an employee in the building. Stanley's
I think
co-workers.
maybe it's because
The
the
lives
model
of so
probably
many
is, like, too old
individuals
for the
reduced to
program.
images on a screen. And
I think that's
Stanley,
what's
one of
actually
them,
happened.
eternally monitored in this place where
Dad,
freedom
I
meant
suggested
nothing.
temporary also because I would mistakes eventually whenever I
This
get my own
mind
model.
control facility, it was too horrible to believe
don't
it
mean the
couldn't be
future.
true. Had Stanley really been under
Well, in
someone's
the future,
control
they're
all this
expensive as hell.
time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Stop saying that.
No, he refused to believe it. He
this
couldn't
time-
accept it. His own life
playing by the
in
rules.
someone else's
We're not
control.
disobeying. We are
Never.
ordinary
It was
obedient, Stanley.
unthinkable, wasn't
I'm
it?
sorry, so that like
Was it
5
even
families
possible?
obeyed already.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Alright,
But here
change
was
of
the
our
proof,
facility.
the heart of the operation. Controls
hit
labeled with emotions, happy or
Correction.
sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Are we
And
gonna
as the
sin
cold
asylum?
reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never...
Oh, that. Oh, that. Hello?
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won!
Have I?
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from
this.
someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange
everything.
building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been
Is that just
seeking,
his thing?
but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell
Am I
him where
in
to
a healing
go,
facility?
what to do, or how to feel.
Understand?
Whatever
I-
life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
I don't understand.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Hey,
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the
Hello,
immense
Master, what the hell
possibility
does it
of
look
the
like?
new path before him.
Raju,
This
very
was
nice
exactly
place,
the way,
but like,
right now, that things
like
were
it's
meant
fake.
to happen. And Stanley was happy.
and Stanley was happy. Even though it's fake, he liked it. And that, okay, so that's why I beat again. Is there any more endings left? You like, don't I think,
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
wait, something different. Something is definitely different. I used to take the right here, not the left. I'm going insane.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Now, is there any more other endings, or is this all the endings?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of
Weird.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Have you tried igniting the narrator? Yes, I have. I went at the right door. I kept igniting him and then... I remember. There's one thing I haven't done. But I have, because I have carried the thing to the elevator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Why, what?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wait, it's changed. It's changed again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly
went all the
well.
way down.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What
One
was it
of
about
the
this room
secrets
that called so deeply and so personally to
me,
Stanley?
and I feel
Its
instead of
grace,
the clock for
its
way too
subtle
long.
charm. No,
And what's the
Stanley knew
cosmetic item?
it was something deeper, something dark, but
yeah,
eager to get back to business. Stanley took the
in a row.
first open door on his left,
I've been to here, Astrid. I haven't been to here.
and so he detoured
It's
through
the
the
one I
maintenance
haven't been.
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite
I
door,
found
and got
something
back on
already.
track.
Now we have this thing. And that thing. But now I'm going down. I trust that. But I don't take the whole direction I trust.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
I don't want to think about it. What do you find here?
Oh, no, it's to the right. My mistake.
It's to get your stuff together.
No, not the right.
Indeed.
Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
It is
It's
messing with me, aren't you?
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
I'm all
Let's
driving
see,
the
we
one.
went
No,
down,
no,
right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Hello. Are you gonna run me over the truck? Hey, haven't we been here before?
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. Just have to get back to, who am I kidding?
Why are
It's
you
all
sitting though?
rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
It just forced me to go back. A bit different,
All
but
of his
like...
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Let
memo.
me try if I walk forward. Well, the bundle are the most amusing one.
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Yeah. And right here. He just lost it. He lost his big mappers. I have no idea. I am lost. I think some of the rooms repeat themselves. How are you sure that though? Let's get to it.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Yeah,
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again. but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, this cuts me off. It's like, no.
All of his co-workers
You get
were
another
gone.
finger.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now, it definitely just read the memo, and this is gonna be the meeting room.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
I think you're going towards... You smoked my Zaza. I just been going insane. I mean, this way? I don't like...
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Lay on me.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Yeah, they do like two dead ends. What makes two dead ends?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I
Once upon a
believe
time,
my
yes,
story
white
took place in an
practice.
office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
What?
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this?
Happy
You
birthday to
win!
you.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
I did. I sort of did. I'm setting my signal data now instead of analog. Right, it's not fixed.
All right, I've got a solution.
Stanley
This
Parable
time, to make
Adventure
sure
Line.
we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is
Just
that?
follow the line, the TM. It's obviously a trademark. We cannot use it otherwise. Are we follow it? No, we shouldn't. Narrator.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
So she cannot put a narrator nose anymore. It's just completely nosed. Alright. But what do you have here?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Alright.
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
What? What? Why is this so loud? What is this music? Everyone turn me down. The music here. Let's hear the music break, Mike. Who knew this line? I think like they do it. We're the halfway to deciding you not. We're gonna have fun. Alright. Wait, how about this separate? That's already slide. Oh, I stick it better in try. So I keep it. Put it together like here. Here's just a just straight line. I'm not supposed to listen to the music for this long. Right, I want following the line to the letter. Even though it's focused at you did not. I everyone is losing it now. What? What? Like is that thing on the seat? We're going this way, yes. I'm back, yes. I know how this movement is. I have no idea. Well, the one implying pointing to add so many papers to review. That's locked. What is happening? Wait, the line is completely lost its mind. When do I have to go back to the line? Where am I? Music is so goofy.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
A what? A sign? What's a sign? I don't know that English word. What's a sign?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
I swapped in the... Oh, I see. Let's look at this. The bad thing is a fuzz. This is a fuzz, right? How's the airplanes? Why would the fine become important later also? Did I die? Is enough? If I don't do it enough, alright, I think that's that plan we don't must fucking enough point.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
I think the line has become sentient at this point. It can do whatever the hell it wants.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you? After everything we've been through?
No idea.
Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
We are starting again. Alright. We gotta follow the line again.
Stanley, I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting,
That's your job.
daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
10 tree, I think we're gonna have to so many more times. And I has definitely lost his mind boots a long time ago.
Yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be
Are we
anything.
going in the
What
circle?
do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
Can I have a dragon?
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
You bring me an idol a little bit louder, I can alright. I died right. I don't know where the lamp in my mouth, so. Am I alright?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Alright. Wait, since when the arrow? It's just like been going madly, you said. The wheel.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
I
How
know that.
important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe
Hey,
I need a
imagine
minute
the
to think
painted
here.
roads like
Just
this.
walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer
What
is
is
clearly
logging
yes,
again?
then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
I tell you one thing though, if I didn't find a road like that, I would actually drive like exactly as the road suggested. The construction ending?
Oh, hold up, what's this?
That restart,
The
fourth
confusion
restart,
ending.
and
You're
restart,
telling me
6,
that's what this
7,
is?
8.
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all
Not to eventually
determined?
knows if feeding easy return to
So
dark
now,
is
according to the schedule, I
restart?
restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing.
Find a confusing
Wall.
ending schedules?
Well, you consulted me. Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it
Need to
really?
restart now to forget about
No, it
previous
can't be.
restarts?
I don't want it to be. I
But
don't
it
want
tends to
the
play
game
the
to
story,
keep
but it
restarting.
is
I don't want to
prevented
forget
and
what's
able to
going
go
on.
anywhere or do
I don't want to be
anything.
trapped like
The
this.
game is
I
not on
won't
its own.
restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do
You
it.
have
I
to
won't
submit.
do it. And the timer stopped?
Wait,
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
We break the cycle?
Whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you
it's
agree?
reset that is
I'm not quite sure if we're in the
standing
destination
by.
or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
don't
So
agree,
I
it's like
hope
it
that's
nothing
where
makes
we
sense
are
anymore.
right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
Well, in the meantime, if you...
What? What was that noise? The toy is not. I don't see that game. That is full of the game. I there's a there's something I love new endings. I do love that. I would love that, please, cause I don't know.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
And other meatball. If you're content. I wonder what he said if I go back to here. I mean,
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I used that. Wait, what? Oh, this must have been something. What is this? What is this supposed to be? Hello? Hello?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Right.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
I have no idea what it...
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
And,
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I'm gonna be like a dog. And I'm like, here's a picture. Here's a picture
Okay,
like
so
red.
far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Okay, this grass. Okay, that's it. I'm back to where you are.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... there we go.
yes, sir.
All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I'm so excited. Then those next content hours after you got tunings, they are
I
very
have to
one.
say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra
there.
Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
I don't know why this the writer guy sounds to me like someone kind of Akira's brain cut. What the hell? Why, but the way that sounds to me like someone kind of an attitude during a school lesson. I don't know. I don't have that kind of lessons. Back when I was in high school. Content just we are playing content. We are unlocking new content.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
What? I can press the jump. That is awesome new content. I could not jump before, just let you know. Oh, that's awesome new content. What happened when I won the budget? Doesn't work anymore.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
It's pretty empty if you ask me. Okay.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
That is me, the British English accent. He's very British. But you don't have British accent now. But like... you are very correct. You hear about that and that water. Thank you for enjoying the new...
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Are we friends? Am I more like a slave to you? That'll be different. Like, are you? Jeez. That is best possibly, you know. Very 7.8% of class service. Hello, where you welcoming? I'm not gonna. There must be some way to get it. Reveal automation information for all the hidden trophies? That is though. But you have more hidden trophies? Like, how do I get this? I want it right now. I want it so badly. Do you want to get to the test achievement? I would love to get a test trophy, please. Nothing else is right. And let's justify that it takes some ride. Alright then. I do get on to be later and late in my old time because I don't want to bore you guys with it. Right, new content.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
What's in my sauce? I'm about to be a monk with me.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you?
all
Well,
right.
fine. You're a dork anyway, so... Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
You're gonna just scare me. Eh? Eh? Narrator?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Nice! Very nice!
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Interesting.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
As in Parable? Ideas to write the Stanley Parable? The Stanley Parable Collection Edition? Okay, you know, pretty nice if they actually existed. I've only heard about it like a long time ago, but 2013 was the time where I didn't have a credit card. Oh, okay. Somebody has to be Mozilla Firefox. Thank you. Whoever used to take a screenshot, use Mozilla Firefox. And how to be Windows 7. But yes, thank you for using Firefox. Google.com. Memory lane, $1 bill. Most important thing. It's just like, don't pay for 5 years. Go outside. Unachievable, it is impossible to gain this achievement. I don't know. My achievement. Well, yeah, don't play the Stanley Parable for 30 years. Might have been Windows Vista, I don't know about all the OSs. I'm I'm new to the West is because it's the only thing I could have installed on my PC back in the day. I used to be the... I started off with Windows XP. That was my dad's computer, and when I started playing, I worked my way up as the years went by. So I think we found one achievement, which is Zombie for 10 years. But I was 7.5% up there have this one. I have no idea because it hasn't been 10 years. I think it has been, hasn't it? Right? It's like, because if it's launched in 2013, now in 2023. Is it a time of their concert? I see. Little Stanley? Stanley had a hamster! Had a hamster! It's very lovely. Very relaxing.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
The elevator contact? I read elevator. Once he was out here. Memories of maintenance? I can't get in. Maybe I have to put that hero button up there. Right?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation, boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
I'm not angry at the developers. I used to pivot. Okay. Narrator? Hey, my little brother. This is where... Is it not working?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
You tell me.
Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I mean, I have not enjoyed the game, so I'm giving it 10 out of 10.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
You can stick them up here. I think you do like them. These buckets. Can you help me, man? You're kind of making me wet with that, with all the rain. Wait about this one. This one's solid.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley?
Preachy?
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm
preachy
preachy.
mean?
Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Let's put it in. Yeah, don't look at the Steam reviews. Now that he does actual Steam reviews, I'm not even take for a second on it.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Yeah, you skip button?
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
All right.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is. So on. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it. Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works.
Oh my God, so funny.
Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here?
That's a
Where
good
did the
question.
door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently
porthole?
large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
Let me try,
Is there any
actually.
possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you? Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
For the entire
I've looked
dialogue.
at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's
All
no
right.
door. There's
Then
just
let's
you
make it on.
and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't
That's the
control
deal.
anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you
That's
think
ideal
that
in real
that's
life.
just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing.
I mean, I never said
Would you
anything
think
about
that it's
anything.
exactly
Why
the
are you
same as
making
always?
McDonald's?
Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley.
I don't press the button again and then see what that gets us.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything
I
we've
bet
been
you did.
through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of
Guys?
missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all.
Is that it? I think he's got a lemon big yacht. I tried to here. Velveteen speak. I don't know the pipe, I need. Well? How's that? Alright.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a
You feel
point.
back?
It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't
Not the
enough.
end of the
They had to
party
leave a
anymore.
pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then,
really-
he's
it's really
talking too
weird,
much,
but
they
like-
said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't show.
Yeah. Nice turning off again. Alright. Narrator? I think he's here anymore. He keeps calling me living. He's like,
The end is never the end, 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 is
it's
never
never the end, it's 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 never the end. So fantastic. Now I know we are. I don't know where we are. I think I. Hello? this point or something like that. Interesting. I've been right to here. And now it's back sand? Do I hear monsters in the background? Am I at the end of the universe? What is that? It's gonna jump scare me. Huh? On the way out. I will find the ski button again. I think it's broken. Oh no, I became endured. I'm endured. I haven't watched Dune, so I do not know what reference to make. I think the narrator is dead. This might be a bit of a problem. Oh, I found an ending! And the ending is, complete
All
oblivion.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
little one more
Perhaps he
ending.
had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of
As
two
what
open
happens
doors,
if, like-
he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, I see what happens
Perhaps
if I
he
go
wanted to
to,
stop
like,
by the
one
employee
thing
lounge
and then-
first, just to admire it.
Then I go back
Standing
to
now in this incredible room,
content.
Stanley but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open
New
door on his left.
new content.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I see what it gives me.
Yet there
Like, I do not curious where that gets me. Let's try the new
all of his
content.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
What
Yes,
is it?
I have something very exciting to show you.
I said I'm done, like... Am I... there's one way I haven't gone. Actually, there are more ways I haven't gone. But, like... I will give some good shit. Yeah.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this
I think I might
ultra-deluxe
have found out
version has
what
turned
that
out
is.
to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Big Norway. Oh, nice!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built
That
from
the
the ground up.
showcase?
Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different
The
directions.
sequel?
This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I guess we understand.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just
this is
so much
definitely Windows
catchier
10.
than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
New content is out. New content part 2 is it. I guys busted. Near hotness. I remember dying a seriously damn black. Good noise, let's go. The car rating leverage for listing value? I have no idea what the blackboard means. If I didn't raise of a logo in a PowerPoint shoot.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Right? Why the bus here? Why is it you guys hit? Is a bus new content? Is a button? Oh, that's a chair.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Right. Which are the features? I know it's crazy. I can still play ski shots, you know. I heard those ski shots ready is the new horns. I didn't like it. It's the sound of internet back in the 90s. I'm taking the right cursing mind the same, but it's a good way. That feature they've cut the new ideas very, very nice. Round circle infinite hole. And there's a resurrection bucket. Offering decoration different hall or the Stanley Parable, a reassurance bucket. Night. And you have to shove it in the game. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that 100%.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
I don't know.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button. Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
What is happening in this goofy road? Mr. Get alright, I'll believe next. I forgot that's a possibility. It might be a bit optimistic.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much, Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
I bet you want my dad. And then you went away. Alright.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Now that would save a lot of work. Inside hall or exit? Actually, let me try the I cannot pronounce that. We are trying bucket. I'm going to the office decoration. But it is
A
not
common
even bucket.
complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You
Is
see,
it just a
Stanley,
bucket?
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease
I
will
have
fill
the
your
bucket.
mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a
Give me the
much more
bucket.
convenient solution for me than
want the
actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Let's
Come
try
on.
a bucket out of that. Oh, it is amazing.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
I don't need the
And in
bucket.
fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends
I
you an
don't want to
air
wear
of
the bucket.
charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Thank you. The bucket
The
makes me
benefits
very,
of the bucket seem to go
very...
on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in
In
the
a
Stanley Parable 2.
I think the bucket would be... I'm not hearing it back. The button that says Jim.
Does anyone give out awards for
Sandy.
most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Nice bucket, thank you. Around I don't say so that just... I'm not thinking this against CSG so badly. If I didn't have actually gay legs, well, just people having fun. It's a burst of elevate. Others, the jump circle?
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
Down with the bucket!
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well.
Give me some more jumps!
I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Hey, I don't really know them human jump anymore. God damn it, this far out, guys. The bucket literally is pushed port an item theories. Oh, is that where it goes? It's staying with me forever now.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the
tough for
new
you.
version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Indeed. That was someday. I hope you get well.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Alright, I'm not opening that bucket.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
around here. Alright, a part of the game might be only like an hour. Well, we're 3 hours in. It's easy? How later than infinity?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I don't know about this last. I don't know if it's going to reset me eventually. I think after the next one you have done like 30%. My god, there's so much in this game. What is like... How do you like stop me from doing everything else up there? Already last, I'm not taking chances that might just like I can just one my door. It's like stop with their side. Okay, do the hole though. One that like it don't die. Anyway, I'll just I really hope I can do everything else afterwards. Alright. You know anymore.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I
kinda.
do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Alright. Let's stay the whole I'm doing
Now,
it.
I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
That's a weird way to say right now.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
It's a pretty deep hole.
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
That's me.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Will you say anything if I don't?
Great. Now,
I
I'm
don't think
very
so.
excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Is it some problem I'm coming down, right? Yeah, yes, very. Jump again. Oh, yeah, I'm doing that. I did not land on him when I called it to me. Alright, let me jump in again. Let's go.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
anything.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I'm reinvesting in English class.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
But yeah, despite no grass and no sun, that's where I keep my muds.
How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
And Muds, you haven't done anything.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Yeah,
Well, I
I'm
mean,
pressing it, it's not
I
working.
really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I'm hungry. Now get where you live. I mean, I wanna get out. I experience everything other day on Stanley, but I have to restart it manually. I love playing this with that, but what am I hearing? The hole! The hole is coming down! It just pointed the director. Hi, Ike. Nope. And the climb would not work anymore. Can you have perspective? Alright? Alright, that's my face. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Any perception? What the hell is this? What is happening? What is happening? Is this? Excuse me. Oh my God, my man, what the hell? I did help me. I'm inside the universe. Found yourself? I'm like, what is this guy? He's back up his mind. That must be good drugs. What? He's on all of the drugs. Like, there's another just one. Oh, I just have to get it.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. They're going down again? What is happening? You just recite. And then I recite it here. Okay, good. That's good.
Here
That's
we
good.
are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Alright. Try the other chamber too. I know I've been saying the verses that of them. I said I like it. I want it cinematic on every year. It just had to say them only funny developers. All I make receivers of the number straps.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
If you take a look at the ending chart, you can really see it. When you wear the bucket, I don't think so. We're pushing out buttons that they can think of, but yeah, no buttons do anything with the bucket. It's just in my head. Hey guys, remember this trophy? Remember this trophy that's left by accident.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
If I back inside, eventually we are not. Right? I try something else on it. Right. I'm just not working. I just made a button for it that doesn't work. Let me just me or let me get my open by every time. The man that waits to reply the machine. Oh, dude, that's all I need to hear. Now I'm intrigued. I don't know if they programmed something in or not. Sometimes see me, I don't want to be to like get to spend too much time with wiping if I think if it's impossible, like something like that. Okay, so there's a way to repair it. So then, I don't see anything in this room that might repair it. Maybe I'm missing it? I don't think it's in this room. That's crazy about the bandage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you really want to know it? Not yet. This time it is. Is it in this room? I'm not. If it is in this room, then I'll keep clicking stuff until it appears. It's not in the room. I'll check. And after I experience everything else, and then we'll come back if we find the sixth. And you think that's a door open? Wait. Nope. in the expo.
What else?
Right?
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
That means it must be somewhere around here. What was this? You are here. Right? We're gonna go... We're gonna go wait to see what this is. Collectibles, exit or jump circle. Let's see what's here. Can you find them? Can you find them?
Ah, collectibles.
It's
Now
just Japanese
it's a
something.
real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering
I
up
don't know
these
if I
miniature
can-
Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative
look
is
forward.
that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What? I have a different go. Now, if I collect everything, there'll be something in this room. Right? How do I get out? I can't see anything. Help! How is it doing? But I can't move forward, can I? I'm moving forward. Well, I am moving forward, wait. Well, I'm not really sure what was happening. It was too much darkness for me to realize. Right! Very nice background. A wild six. I'm using this better across the expo. Nice.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
What's this?
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I need to find a machine to get the achievement. I need to fix it somehow. Maybe that plan would help me. It's a kind of game where I would like... And be looking at the lamp thinking that might be a solution because you just don't know what's gonna be. Like this.
An
Epilogue?
epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Yes, that feels like what... I like it. Like this. Settings why champion? Mostly listening to her. It staged it very well. That's so funny. You need setting world champion. I'm getting. I would be the world champion. We are the champion. My friends. Alright, so... It must be somewhere out here. I read it already was. Million gym button? Long. It has gone. Maybe it's not in the gym button section. I won that trophy. I made that trophy. It's so funny I can just not take it. I would have like an awesome time with this game. Trying to get every single achievement. up until the right side. I know. I return this. And it does nothing. There's other doors here. I don't know which one is the one. Thing just. If you are an insane developer, where would you put the key?
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't work. Never mind. Where else could it be? They've been everywhere. I won't notice anything. Oh, the door is closed. Where could the key be? Maybe I've gotten the key. That's the key, actually. Do I have a line somewhere I can wind the machine with? Not a gem. Is it? What is it? Can I have the cookies? You're very, very proud. Hide the face art. Yeah, well, I guess so stupid recovery that it will be impossible for you today? Really? Yeah, that... It's really not complicated. Yeah, you've hiding you like some stupid art or something. Well, that's sad. I have to come back or like, at a certain time or something? I have to deal with it. Oh, I have to come back, alright. I see.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes,
Yeah,
I know
they're
it's not
very
exactly
nice.
clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
It will not do the assemble.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay,
I
never
thought
mind.
the correct was.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this.
Well,
Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I'm playing a sequel now. Actually, Alright, I will, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back in 5 seconds, okay? I'm very quick, promise you. Derby! I can go look at this worth it. I took the 6 dice the way that I heard that what the bucket does. Is it not a comforting bucket? I know what the bucket does, I'm not gonna lie. The bucket.
This is the story of a man named
Are
Stanley.
you increasing my team completely?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push,
I
how
think I'll
long
find
to
out
push
myself
them,
how
and
bucket is
more.
friend. I will.
This is what employee 427
I
did
don't know.
every day,
I don't know.
every month of every year.
It's how you know
And
this
although
side.
others
I
might have
tell this
considered
on
it
you.
soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
And I want to move that's you.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Never underestimate a fox. You could probably underestimate me hands stupid. Quick. Like closing the door. Oh. That's you. What did that do?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Anyway.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's other balloons that were here before. That's I found the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
That balloon has its own chair. A lot new content.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Do I disobey him? Well, yeah, see if everything is the same. Random bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
I love it.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
What? Tonight, you the bucket?
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Yes?
There. Now it's settled. No more debate,
Stanley.
no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I put it. I can't
All
put it
right,
the other way.
I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see, I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There
Yes,
really is
it's
a
a
wide
bucket.
variety of applications for this sticker.
I can't give it, even if I try to.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Please. What? You're what? This fucking movie is not anything to deserve such treatment. I can't lay down. Now I'm going the closet beyond the thing. Even I will even like however what will happen, but like I can't. Alright. Now there was something.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I feel as much as the first one. Mr. Narrator! Now this is locked. I get my provided made a bathroom. Made a bathroom. Okay, this is
We
you.
found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines.
you,
Remember,
thank you.
no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment
What
you
happened to
come
this game
across
on
one of these
display?
beautiful figurines.
Where's the ending? Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes, if the boss stops loading that's what the boss chose. Interesting.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
I got a trophy! I was wondering, because I saw that one man, I was wondering where he was, like... It makes sense now.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs.
Those
Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know
Nice,
that the
28 plus
combination
five.
was 2845.
2, 8, 5.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Another one!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands?
Mini-stands is actually really good.
What about Stanlerines? Yes,
I
think I
Stanlerine
like that.
sucks.
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Coloring sucks, no.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
Yeah, before he went upwards!
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Not even now, wait. This time I'm doing wrong.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Will it change anything? I don't think it changed anything, it's just that it's a bit wrong. And now I know he's
The
not
monitors
better job.
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Don't worry about it, everything will be alright. Nothing will take you away from me.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he
Bucket
could
is
trust
red.
no one except for the bucket.
Oh, we're back
But
here.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Under
And as
us?
the cold reality of his past began to
I
sink
don't
in,
know. What
Stanley
happened is
decided that
something
this
different if I
machinery
press
would
on.
never again exert its terrible power over
Like-
another human life. For
What
he
if
and the
I like
bucket
to do the
would
same kind of some
dismantle the
buckets?
controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Alright. Maybe? Alright.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
What?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Is it
And
not?
Stanley was happy.
I thought he was happy. This is so crazy. Like, and then he got boys city, boys are Bay City. Bay City and Adoran.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Alright, I'm gonna try to go the other way.
Stanley
and when
lifted
I go
the bucket
back,
into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I don't know what I'm walking about.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Down to the
and
bucket.
entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but
Definitely.
Stanley
What
had
does
felt the
your
bucket
bucket do?
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was
Is it
simply the
like
place to
bringing
be.
for commuting reasons?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
That
How
was nice, eh?
insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Experiencing
lift,
a
yes.
life.
Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh, I see some Chinese board endings. Alright, that's funny.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how
I
this
found-
bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this
Buckets
obvious
can talk.
fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he
can talk.
unthinkingly
I don't
did
know the
whatever the
jumping
bucket
thing.
asked.
I don't know if I can jump here. This is new. I didn't want to have a nut. This is very new. I think I haven't quite, because I've jumped to my bed before. I just, I saw there's a sign outside saying like $5,000 different dice. I just go paging you. I haven't been here.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless...
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what
No, I
is a
haven't.
bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a
Chip,
bucket.
everybody loves the
Please,
bucket.
step in here for a moment.
Is one of the any the bucket changes a lot? The bucket is too strong. Right? They must see ladies and they must see without the bucket. Are we
Now
in the
then,
games?
I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yeah, look at the bucket is still a bucket. Huh?
Item 2. Is
Wait, put
this
this to
a
charge.
bucket?
Just charging. It's charging. Yeah, okay, it's charging.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yeah, well, definitely gonna be you. I'm gonna say it's not a bucket.
Item
Let's
3.
play. Are we gonna play
Is
into
this a
the
bucket?
narrator's game?
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, dinner Daladian friends. Are you going to smith for me to like never be?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
What do you mean? That is a bucket with wheels.
Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
He just gave up. I like squid, you know what?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No. Oh, she's
Trick
a
question.
bucket. That's what
Both.
she's a
Gotcha.
bucket.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Oh, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be this time? That's it. I didn't like it.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
I have to blow my nose. Is nothing a bucket? Incorrect. Buckets are more than nothing.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
You're a bucket. You are definitely
Stanley, I
bucket,
can't
Mr.
keep doing
Narrator.
this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Yeah, but
I'm
this
afraid
is
the
a
bucket is
probably.
threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No,
Okay,
don't take my bucket
here we
away
go.
from me. No.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Eh?
Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything
Eh?
a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh, God, I had no
Don't like
idea.
it?
How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley,
You're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Alright! Now everything is packet apparently.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
I don't make
He
decisions.
had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy.
A little box.
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Bucket. Wait, I'm curious. Do I have a bucket? Do I have a bucket that's it? I should have a thing. Let me search. I have beverages. I don't have any buckets assets. Okay, next stream I'll be getting a bucket that's gonna be you guys can redeem it and you're gonna put a bucket over my head.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is
What?
this Stanley's office?
That was my office. Alright, let's get that ending without the bucket, because I'm curious what would happen without the bucket. I have to keep track of which endings
When
you have to
Stanley
use.
came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The
I'm gonna
lounge
get
was
a bucket
grand,
routine.
majestic, perhaps too... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I'm gonna ignore you.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he
I'm
wasn't
gonna-
fired years ago.
I'll do this first.
Okay,
Well,
I'm going
I
back
can
to
come
the
back on
name
here.
of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I'll watch his Mr. Jump. I know I found the secret. Wait. Give me a little girl.
Stanley
It
had
isn't
now
you.
gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun... So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun... So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun... So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun...
What?
So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun...
Are you curious
So
about
far off
this?
the beaten path
I'm
that
gonna
it seemed
remind
the
it to
office
you.
had begun... So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun... So far off the beaten path that it seemed the
Isn't
office had
that
begun... So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun...
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head.
I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
And that's it, acting. I didn't believe if I could
All of his
fight
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
down. I looked down where I
When
was like,
Stanley
I
came
don't
to
know
a
for a
set of
second.
two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Final file
Look,
directions.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not
I
your
won't be able
enemy,
to skip
really,
through
I'm
that,
not.
right?
I realize that investing your trust
As I
in
consider
someone
all
else
the
can
thing
be
of the day
difficult,
that I
but the
haven't gone
fact
to the
is that the
episode over
story
there
has
at some
been about
point.
nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I was like,
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm not to meet you.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
I still now the white door? I did it.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley.
No, I
You
can't
want to know
anymore.
so badly what's out there? You want to find out what
We'll come
lies
back,
at the
we'll
end of
come
this
back.
road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely
gacha
nothing
system.
so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
This coin just add coin to the game. I know you say. A long way to this one.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Well, I didn't know.
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
No, I didn't.
But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
And the baby. Oh my god, that makes an awful noise. I'm letting it go. You know it's good.
You heartless bastard.
Hey.
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
No, because you
Because if
was
it's the
annoying.
latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
No. Dad,
Aha! Fascinating.
Wait,
What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to
this
me
game.
that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up
I've
high in
played
your
this game,
creep
yeah,
tower.
I've played Fire
Perhaps
Night.
for some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
I feel power to my system.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture
was gaming
outward
this
and see
game.
what else is out there.
That's what it does, I was calling him out. It's my mod. And, I'm expecting to be in this one. I think about the same guys. What are they here? Anyway, let me read some chat. You know, maybe I did. That was annoying. That was playing out without the noises. Actually play for 4 hours, you get a secret ending. And I sit 4 hours straight. It isn't by the same guy, then I guess they just like each other, I guess. I guess so. Oh, hey, to bring fire watch inside. And I mean, 21, let's go. Now I can understand it, but there was new Minecraft. Do I actually have to pay to like in Power for watch game? It's how much you think it was like 4 or 6 hours. I'll be cut it short.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
They're missing some assets. It was like how
It
this
is.
stuff.
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Let me play Overwatch.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I suck at Rocket League. It's actually the same map that I can
Okay,
the
so what
fences and
exactly
everything.
do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
I can go faster, and I keep pushing a button and go faster. Where's my car? Yes, it has like
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain... Hold on. What are you doing?
I just found it out.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much...
Alright, fine, you shut up. Filing cabinets. I actually did that by accident. I did not think. I don't think anything will happen. I will alright of help. Where was this? Hello? Anybody here? The waiter. Why? That's not disturbing at all. Why just 7? This is a real game. What is this? Up? Yeah, I think I might have broken game. You know, from the first version was the Stanley Parable back then it was Ultra Hazard 2, if I remember correct.
I wonder what he
that's so
found.
cool.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
You wait faster. I have a ridiculous amount of trivia for the ideas behind one of the games. I don't read the whistle. I mean, why would you? That's a small part to like just experience
All
it.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'll go back and play
Stanley
Rocket
decided
League.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's try that again. That's it. It's another different. This is different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
That's the
employee
white door.
lounge
Let's
first,
try the white
just to
door.
admire it. It was
I
okay.
think the window, eh? I will
But
see what's
eager
after
to get
Rocket
back
League.
to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I reckon you're back to new and your
Stanley was
content
so bad at
afterwards.
following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look,
I
Stanley, I
haven't
think
done.
perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anlarines. None of us can.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Is there like an actual ski button?
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge.
Yeah, don't do
Here,
judgment.
based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Wide leaderboard. Ayan, Skid. Miko, Lako, Vila. There's so many here. You're not saying you won't play 3% of players skipped into the sequence? Only 33% of those clutches the blood die? I love that you get to get the correct door complete again to others in from. Based on like how long I've been playing. I haven't been here for 7 hours. That's wrong.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Yeah, I need a baby
Let
guy.
me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I'm letting it bounce straight away.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies
Well,
or purely to
I
spite
like it
me?
for hours.
Because
It's
if it's
3
the
hours
latter, well,
and
I don't know
40.
what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Babies. Yeah, I'm not getting more outside.
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our
It's about
backstory?
some
What is our
person that died.
motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
You know, this kind of thing where I'm just experimenting with things. I really think,
Oh no.
asking
No,
might be
it can't
necessary.
be.
I'll do so this time.
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Right, that was pretty fast.
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm
Get
going to
the
get us out
outside.
of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls.
Then
Something with
outside.
nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Done. There we go, now it's finally did it.
Hey, I think this will be just the thing.
And back here. That's
Wonderful.
horrible.
See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
At last fall
Just a
this
nice
time.
big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility
isn't
that you could
markings.
get lost here.
Now, you said
Now
there wasn't like
this
that before,
is
so-
game design. Stanley, if you manage to
Maybe
get
we can
lost
make
in
this
this
again?
game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports
those
ball.
guys.
Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Come here, but get right in the goal.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
winning.
Is it better
Yes.
than my miserable little story
Yes,
that I
I'm
worked
winning,
so
Father.
hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric
God.
sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
I did it one ball at a
Oh,
time.
goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
What is this?
More balls!
I'm winning. I'm winning. I'm winning that. There's so many
Are you
balls in
enjoying
here.
this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a
I'm
real
having
video
fun.
game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's
Hey,
right.
don't be my
Your little
boss.
fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules.
Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
I don't like your heat. Do I have to jump? Well, I actually have to jump there and that's how the game ends? Oh, really? I was like, oh, why are you in YouTube chat? Is Mike waiting all over the place? You know my YouTube chat is like secondary to me, so... Can I do my notes here? Alright, I'm going down. Maybe something
Hold on.
different.
What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a...
Maybe I can find something in here. Well, I found no one. Like, no way we used to be like 275. Even the narrative doesn't cut my time. And do I have to find that? I kinda see like the only possibility right now. Right? And jump. There we go.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was...
Alright, now we're going to the red door. The last thing we haven't done.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that
There's
he would one
last
day see
thing that I
weather.
can see.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Last thing you
Perhaps
haven't
he
done
wanted
at the
to stop
doors?
by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Yeah,
it.
that one. But is there more
It was
anything that?
okay.
I don't know,
But
like,
eager to
I
get
don't
back
see
to business,
at least
Stanley
anything so
took the
far.
first open door on his left.
I need to find out how to get back that to new...
Stanley was so bad at following
how it's
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
I don't think
gotten
now
off
give
on
me
the
a
wrong
I'll
foot
go
here.
somewhere there now.
I'm not your
I don't go
enemy,
down
really,
there
I'm
and
not.
then...
I realize that
and
investing
then-
your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the
Done.
fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
Even your last
Stanley
chance,
walked
narrator.
through the red door.
I lost chance to
Oh,
make
thank
things
God
fun.
you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
I'm not...
And I
Stop.
think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
I need to sing door. Hello?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
I want pizza. Hello? I haven't seen that, but I thought I had to do something.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
This is the only way to know if I is happy. So beautifully. What? One fun we're going here.
No, wait. Where are you going? Right. Where were we?
How did there nothing more to this? Like... Bye-bye.
Oh no!
Run!
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
No, I'm going. I'm going.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Do you want us to figure out many endings and stuff yet?
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
What?
No! Oh, thank God you lived.
And if I
You
do
had
it
me
again...
worried there for a moment. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Answer me, I shall give you whatever you want.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Alright, do this once.
Yes.
Now it's heading here, bitch.
Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
I've done 8 more non-bucket endings after the endorsed, and 11 endings you haven't done with the bucket after the door charge. That's a lot of endings. I'll be back. Nice to be a narrator. I'm very slow all of a sudden. I want to make that pretty hard.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
You
It looks
said
like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Oh no. I kind of feel bad, but at the same time, he was pretending like a participant. Tell me why I wrote down which endings you have done already? What? I probably am not gonna get all of the endings.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Oh, is there a play story?
All of his co-workers were gone.
I
What could
don't
it
know what he
mean?
was crying about.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting today in the meeting room? I think the bucket. And let me go on with the meeting room, see if something has changed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It went down the stairs before the stairs. Yes, I have. Does the completionist? Yeah, I'm going down to the bus office. I guess something would happen is with easy solution to be it. But this is new. Everything here is new. There are way for fighting them all. I have one more missing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Maybe I'll be
walked
down here.
upstairs to his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive
think it's
economy,
here.
why had he taken that risk? All
I don't
because
think
he
the last
believed
batch is here.
everyone had vanished. His boss would think
It
he was
was
crazy.
and that's well. Oh, I see what you mean. Ah, damn it. Excuse me? This is new.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Hey, right? Yeah, it's your 44. A G1? A G1.33? I can't. Don't allow me. I had it. There's something that's supposed to happen. Anything's like that janky. That walk to the windows? I don't think I can.
At
don't
first,
say anything.
Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
It's
Why
very
don't we
unique,
take
I'll
a
give you
minute
that
just to
much.
drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now,
I could see
I've
that.
built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
What? Like, I just... Oh, I can't choose, okay.
Emotional damage.
That didn't... Why doesn't the bunk play a sound? No, that's what I want to know. The bunk is supposed to play a sound. It's also letting me know about them. How do I get out of here? Yeah, yes, and begin? When we say yes this time.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain.
It is miserable.
There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so
It's a nice song. I think I have to say.
But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way. But his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
That either didn't work. Thank you, that's what? Why some white, why some done? I have to pay the redeems. Wait, I don't think. I think that's it. Listen, I don't think there was anything else. Alright then.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
I'm gonna check
Stanley
out.
clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not
What
the
happens
correct
when
way
I
to
get
the
the
meeting
bucket?
room. But
I
Stanley
go-
had felt
yeah,
the
I
bucket
go back.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Actually,
And so the two of them detoured
I
through
think I
the
even know
maintenance
it's a
section
bucket.
and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
as if this changes anything. Bucket is all down, so that's
Good,
the lie.
Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this
What
place
the hell is
eventually.
it? This. Hey, wait a minute.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I mean, who was sort of Broom Closet? I can be scared. Oh man, what? But this.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Really music that?
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Sorry, Monias, but it's the only way to put it ahead. Yes, I'll do it back again, but man's very generous.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
And I know. Not giving my bucket!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you've crushed that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Never give you my bucket! Never give my bucket away!
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Beautiful, exactly. Beautiful personalities. I wonder... What if I give it the bucket?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he
Okay, this game is funnier and
spread
funnier by
through
the day.
Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was no... Never
I don't
mind.
need to make a sequence break, and I keep making these kind of games because they're
Stanley
awesome.
took the door on his left to go back to... And so the two of them detoured through the
Should I
maintenance
what?
section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Yeah, by the way, the last one is the last,
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you
What?
found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Maybe.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not
Let me
this
spin the
bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley.
somebody
Let's give
needs
them
to
more
have a
content
dialogue.
exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character.
Give me the bucket.
This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Let me give the bucket side.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me
It
to spell
destroys
it out for
buckets.
you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Good night.
Now listen to me.
What are you doing?
It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't
what?
know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it
Am I not
knows.
supposed to be
That
afraid?
is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would...
Yes, it's better than nothing. What?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Didn't think of another page where the statue would be. And since we had tokens planned for today, let's see how the other one is doing. Now I get my head planned. This one. I've seen like a little bit of it, and you was very goosey. I guess it's been very goosey gives to the hatching. Let's try. Why can't we do artistic? Okay, we just those sitting games. What was this called? Island Life. This was gonna be about it. To save us space, that Thunder to press any button on the stack. Let's go. Settings. If you got the story mode, whatever. I guess subtitles. Also quality mode. Social mode disabled. A little more FOV. Deploy, please. I'm gonna be off for now. I can make it very happy deal. It's 2 a.m. For me, it's 2 a.m. too. I'm not any better. But, you know, 5 ready per text. I rather just You want mouse fighting? What? Let's play fun normal. Bye-bye, big put night marker.
Check, hello. Can you read me? Buck Thunder. Buck. Oh, it's me, Bill, your divorce attorney. Welcome to Buck Thunder
What?
2 Xeno Slaughter. Another Buck Thunder game. Your ex-wife
Well,
is
that's
back
the
in
one with
Moab
like the
over
Rick
there.
and Morty,
She's sending
like,
a bunch
voice
of her new
actors.
sucking boyfriends out. So go shoot them. Just kill them all, Buck. That's the game.
Oh, I've been playing Doom.
Buck, it's me, Phil, your divorce lawyer again. You remember how to move and jump and everything, right?
I don't
The shit
violate
screen
this
that tells you
by
how to
just
do all that
Mickey.
stuff. I mean, come on, Buck. This is the second game. You know how to
Let's
do
say
all
I'm
this
the
shit.
game of pain and fight. Now I'm
All right,
like,
Buck,
very,
you're gonna
very
use the
fun.
brand new double jump to get over there. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Buck. I forgot there's no double jump. Just crouch. We gotta try crouching, Buck. Fucking scheduling and scoping bullshit. A fucking crouch prioritized over a double jump. Who is this? Who are these people above us? All right, that's a good crouch, Buck. That's a good crouch. Good boy. Good boy. All right. Fucking scoping and scheduling. Stay sharp, Buck. A bunch of your ex-wife's new alien boyfriends. There they are. That's what I'm talking about, Buck. Kill those fuckers. You're the man. I love you, Buck. You're so fucking cool. Oh, I'm so excited and lit up to be your divorce attorney. You have no idea. You're my favorite client. All right, Buck, just open that door. It's so fucking easy. Just press the right buttons. This is just the tutorial part. It's easy. It's the easiest part, Buck. It's the beginning. Oh my God, Buck, you did it. You opened the door. You're a fucking genius. You are my favorite client. It's me, by the way, your divorce attorney. Don't forget, I'm Bill, your divorce attorney. Let's go. Let's get moving. Let's defeat your ex-wife.
I don't know where I don't know. I just got it. I'm supposed to love you like this. If you have a daddy.
Buck, Bill here, your divorce attorney. Let me fill you in on what's going on. An alien spaceship landed in your ex-wife's backyard. She fell in love with the leader, and it turns out they're all a hive mind, so she's fucking all of them. What are the odds? I know that's probably what you're thinking, but just get out there and kill him, Buck. It's all you can do. Over and out.
Why do you want to know how long you've been telling me for? Wait.
I'm not gonna let you die in the tutorial. I'm your divorce attorney. But
Wait, so kind
be careful. You're probably preoccupied thinking about your ex-wife.
What?
Hey, open up! You're gonna
Why
hide
are
in
you
there all
possibly
day?
talking to me?
Mom and Dad just
What
left.
give me guys? What's knocking at my door? Oh, I'm sick on telling you so much.
Are you gonna answer me or what? I'm coming in. You better not be doing anything weird in there. Why didn't you say goodbye to Mom and Dad before they left for their trip? You know they were pissed, right? Whatever. We got the place to ourselves now. Oh my God, don't give me that look, narc. What, are you mad that I'm throwing this party tonight? It's fine. Mom and Dad are gone for a whole fucking week. We can do whatever we want. Here, come on, try some.
What is this?
You know it's good for your depression, right? Okay, we're totally gonna rage tonight. I cannot wait. I gotta text Jen and make sure she brings the good shit. Did you know she almost got a DUI? Don't tell anyone. That is a secret, but everyone already knows. It's really fucked up. Her parents took away her car, which sucks because we could fit 2 kegs in her trunk. I mean, whatever. I think Oliver's boyfriend has it covered, which by whoa,
I see what he does.
Whoa, it's kicking in. What is wrong with your
I'm confused.
face? As I was saying, by the way, they are really not right for each other. Skylar saw them fighting in the Circle
shut
K
up. I'm
last
trying
week,
to see
which
it
I
on the-
wish I was there.
I can't
'cause I love
hold this because I just don't know what's going on
Finally,
anymore.
there you are. I felt like I was losing my mind. So, do you want any or nah? Fine, more for me then. All right, I'm gonna go get ready for the party. This stuff's gonna last me all week. It is powerful.
I don't want to find out what is happening. I just spawned. Hang on, gonna disable this mode. Are you having me back? Oh, you know the electric. I don't like my 60 FPS.
Mom told me I was in charge. She did it in secret so it wouldn't hurt your feelings, and Dad said that he flat out doesn't love you. It was actually pretty messed up.
By
What?
the way, Mom left you a note on the fridge. Go read it. Then come meet me outside. I need your help grabbing party shit from the store.
Am I having fun? Oh, you should have seen the previous year. It was so funny. Was so silly, but it ended up even sillier and weirder. Huh? I don't know what's going on. But nothing's ominous.
You come in or what?
Oh, there's a way. Hello.
So, I guess...
Holy shit!
What?
Oh, what the fuck? Get down and stay quiet.
Excuse me, what? We just got them like...
I knew aliens were real.
This went to 0 to 100 to 0 again. That's 400.
Shan awalaha, shitao het gawang, halawa, wan
Can you understand what they're saying?
Uh,
Oh shit, look! It's Mr. Pilfrey! He's got that, what's it called? Dementia.
What's going on out here? Martha, is that you? Oh my
Oh
god!
my god!
What did they just do to Mr. Pilfrey?
what is happening? Impurities.
Hola, miyamatoa,
What the fuck is
hitsamoa.
going on?
Cho, machiza, wanaho. Lumande tanda, ula bagiwa la kandama.
Oh, dale, yeah. So, no matay talo, shit.
Hastata bawa.
They just come here, thanks to Kinoyai.
Wujikawa, wuhan.
Do you hear that? What is that sound? It's coming from that dead alien.
Why don't you playing things behind me?
Please be careful.
Huh?
I think it's...
Are you okay? What is happening in the background? What is this thing?
Whatever that is, it sounds like it needs our help. Just be careful, it might be a black Did that thing just
What?
spit all
Finally!
over you?
Oh my god, finally I'm free, thank God! What a nightmare! Listen, can you pull the inhibitor chip out of me? It's the metal thing stuck in me, just pull it out!
What the fuck is that?
Oh, that feels so much better, thank you. Yeah, sorry about the spit. I needed to get you infected with the translator microbes. That's sort of how it works. I guess you guys don't have those here yet. Listen, my name's Kenny. I'm a Gatlian. We gotta move.
What is it? Is it talking to you? Maybe we should go back to the
Ignore
house.
her. It's very important that you listen to everything I say. Okay, it is your lucky day right now. We can survive this together if you just listen to me. Those G3 guys are gonna turn your whole species into drugs. Can you handle a gun? Because, you know, I'm kind of a gun, and if you don't use me to kill those G3 grunts, you know, they're gonna fucking kill. Fuck yeah, there we go.
You go ahead. I'm gonna make it in. Then maybe...
Let's keep going.
What
Not
the
bad,
hell is
alien.
going on?
Not bad at all. Let's head to that base. Well, here you go. It's the G3 warp base. Okay, let's just clean house and warp out of here.
I don't need to want fucking kill them. I'm a gunslinger.
Nice. You know, you had to kill them, right? It was either them or you.
Yeah,
And
don't
me
worry
as well,
about
and
it.
I would prefer to live. You know, and I have a voice here. I have a
Why
choice
do
in
my
this.
notes so weird though? That reminds me of something else. Anyway. I'm not being like. I didn't know it's happening because I don't know what's happening.
Oh shit, submerged! They're tougher!
It's like human into the base.
Anything done? I definitely need to slip out once I got it down here. I let everything. Okay, go you have a good day. Good day, good night. Bye.
Now grab the warp drive. We'll use this to warp the hell off this doomed planet. Sorry, no offense. I don't mean to upset you, but yes, your planet is doomed right now. Okay, listen, don't worry about the beeping. The beeping's fine. It's gonna blow up soon. We just need to plug this thing into power. Do you have something back at your house that, you know, you can live up one of these huts around here? Take us there. We gotta move. Listen, bring that close to the base. You can aim better.
I don't know what's happening.
Oh, thank God you're still alive. I just killed an alien. Look. Blood in my mouth.
Feature on the planet?
Die.
You got anything in here that emits, I don't know, microwaves? I know it's a lot to ask.
I don't know what that
like
is.
A fucking microwave? Oh, whoa. I can understand your gun now.
Translator microbes, they're contagious, but can please just move past all this shit?
Is that so creepy? So we can find you looking like that to me.
Come on, what are you doing? Plug the warp drive in.
Alright, that making sense. I did not do anything.
So,
oh, thank God it worked. Okay, it's just gonna need a second to boot up.
Aliens of Earth. My name is Gonmantuous, leader of the G3 cartel. Don't resist. Any attempts to fight us would be futile.
Crazy.
You are now officially the property of the G3 cartel.
All right, it's go time. Let's get out of here.
wait, get out of here? Where are we going?
To find somebody who can help. You ever been to the big city? Because you're about to, except that it's a space city. It's a huge space city, and you're gonna be out of your element. And you better just follow my lead.
I don't know what's happening.
What just happened?
Looks like we made it. Welcome to Blim City.
Did you just warp our entire house to another planet?
Yeah, keep up. We'll be safe here. Now take me outside.
Whoa, you're just gonna leave me here in what, space? Are we in space?
Yeah, sorry, I know you're a bit shaken up, but you'll be fine. It's better than getting enslaved by the G3. Trust me.
I guess that's true. How the hell
I guess
are we gonna get back to Earth?
We can't. That was a one-way trip. We don't have the coordinates to your planet.
Then what about our parents and everyone else?
Look, we left because we're trying to save them. That's why we need Gene. So can we please go find him?
Our spaceship bring a house in
out there into space?
Yeah. Welcome to fucking space. So this is Blim City. Not bad, huh? I don't know how we're gonna find Gene though. Let's just ask around. There's all kinds of aliens out here. Let's just ask. He is famous.
What? 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 I don't know what is
We
this.
can't open those yet. We're gonna need something sharp. Listen, we're gonna
Is
have to
it
talk
chest?
to some of these aliens if we expect to find Gene.
How do like 10 minutes? It was like 5 seconds.
Hello?
Are you
Get
okay,
away.
buddy?
Don't take my shit.
Oh my God. It can't be.
What do you want?
You're not the famous bounty hunter Gene Zaruthian, are you?
Who's asking?
You're really Gene.
Yeah, I'm really Gene. That's me, like on the ads. Disappointed? Guess how I feel.
Okay, well, whoopsies. We were gonna ask for your help fighting the G3 cartel, but...
Kid, do I look like I can help anyone? I just got evicted. I don't even have a goddamn home.
Can you point us in the direction of, you know, a bounty hunter friend that's still working, you know, still has their legs?
Ho, 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 ho. Look at that nice house. God damn. Where'd that come from? That's a great fucking house. You see that house?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, that's this hairy alien's house, the one holding me.
God Damn! Can't stop looking at that beautiful house. Yeah, okay. The gears are turning. Maybe I can help you.
You can? But you just
Why?
Yeah. I said I'd help you fight the... Who'd you say? The G3 cartel? Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, that's crazy, but... Okay, whatever. Yeah, sure. We'll kill 'em all. Easy. I've got a fully operational bounty suit in my cart over there.
Really? Well, that's convenient.
Yeah, I could turn that hairy kid of yours into a true blue bounty hunter. But if they die, I want the house. That's the trade.
Are you sure? I don't think they've even fired a gun before today. And wait, you want the house in return?
Yeah, this is a great deal for you. I mean, you get all my old bounty hunter shit, and I might get a house.
I don't know.
Enough talking. Just be a gun for a second. You, hairy kid, put on the suit. See how you feel. Then make a decision, yeah? I can always just pawn this shit off.
Okay, go ahead. Try it on. What choice do we have?
Wow, you look great, kid. Natural. Definitely not gonna die on your first bounty.
All right, I guess we'll give it a shot, but I don't know about this.
Activation key not found.
Yeah, shit. It's still in trial mode. I pawned off the activation license. The ticket should be in one of your pockets. Some loose change, too. Should be enough. Take that down to Mr. Keep's pawn shop, and he'll get you all set up. The suit will help you get there.
Hey there, Gene Zaruthian. It's me, Pseudo, your helpful bounty hunting assistant. Before I enable mobility, I just need to make sure your info scanner is online. Can you go ahead and give the area a quick scan for me? Okay, perfect. Great job. I've identified your current objective. Head on down to Mr. Keep's pawn shop. Can you see the waypoint?
Yeah, I can see the waypoint.
Perfectamundo, everything is in working order. Mobility unlocked. You are free to move, Gene.
I'm not Gene, though.
Right. I'll get things set up at your house while you're gone.
You might reclaim my need
Okay,
to
let's just
become
head
an
to Mr. Keats, I guess.
Then I feel we should see some
sorry about all
message.
those pop-ups. I forgot to warn you about that. You can close them with the interact button, but they are gonna keep coming back nonstop. That's just gonna keep happening until you activate the license. Sorry, you better hurry up.
I have it. What is happening? I don't think I'm waking up for this game. Just gonna get the remove then the thing. I know I'm trying to pay for now.
Sorry, I didn't expect Gene to be like that.
Yeah, no blocker. I am 5 billion that blocker. They keep popping up and I don't care.
Jorb, greet the customer properly.
Welcome to Mr. Keep's dipshit.
I can't
We're
meet
your
them
friendly
anyway.
neighborhood pawn shop. Buy something or don't. Nobody even cares.
Jorb!
Help.
I'm so sorry. Jorb is insane. Come on up to the counter. Let me help you out. Oh, so old Zaruthian doesn't feel like pawning his license key anymore. What? Did he win the sweepstakes? Ha! Okay, so you want this license key. But it's really nice. I kinda want it for myself.
You've got enough useless shit, Dad.
Fine, take it. It's yours.
Okay, fuck yeah! Activation license accepted. Bounty hunting suit is in perfect working order. Time for an important question. Would you like to keep me on as your permanent in-suit advisor?
I feel like you, of course, and you God damn it.
That was the best choice you could have made. All right, bye-bye now. I'll be back a bunch.
Whoa,
Alright, this
not
game's
bad.
really
It's got your
cool.
vital readings, armor levels, even my biometrics. Gene really came through, didn't he? I told you he'd be great.
Perfect. Just what this galaxy needs. Another good-for-nothing bounty hunter. Out of my
Hey,
store!
I'll play something, alright? Yeah, I'm
All
not
right,
in
bounty
waking
hunter,
up for
I
this.
guess let's head back to the house and check in with Gene. You'll find it. You'll figure it out.
Hey, you can something wrong, you know? I don't know if you do that. Try hitting the button on your screen. I can't say the name of the button because I have no fucking clue what kind of controller or keyboard you're using.
But it can fit. Okay, this seems to have a pretty goofy mud. I think I want to put them barrel. Does it make me like push flowers almost fire? No, I open doors, I can also do it to Mari. So, let's see who we can say hello to. Anybody on my file is streaming. Hey, Kira, yeah, how's your life tomorrow, like? I'm gonna continue this once a day. You know, like, asking you to nap for the day? Yeah. I don't know if I'm who I follow his life. Let's see. Yeah, I continue editing the video and then maybe... Launching a duendo is very hungry, so I'm gonna have to cook food. I have to cook something. And... New recommendations from you people. I don't know who to raid. Yes, Carlos, please. Please. There's lightning seconds strike to the side of us. There are not that many people at the moment. Am I on this foot? I don't think we gave him with that. I don't know if I have it done that. This stuff. This stuff, they were doing it, they see that they were thank you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget, we're coming back tomorrow on dates. Hi, somebody... we have to chill meeting to people. Like, come go away, Discord! They don't want to listen to me. Why do I say hell my butt? And the other one is playing. And when I type that, basically, other hand the words. I know their lives. Alright, but I just support for the hell that was. I don't think anybody here actually likes Monster Hunter game that I tried. How do I like him was you know when you have like how to say it? You were affected. My prize is empty. I'm just I'm not this. I don't know what I'm talking about. I was just thinking. Come on, dirt. I is it dope? That damage is scuffed. Alright. Stay hydrated. Don't forget to drink as much water as you need. I will, forget to sleep. Don't be like me. What I've been telling people. Alright. Wait, I haven't pressed. Okay. Yeah. Let's go and press the right button. I have to wait till I can press it again. And I guess enough, think. Alright! I can like